Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider 2013. This is phase 2 of the 10th anniversary playthroughs that I'm doing. This is a music focused only one, so there won't be any sound effects or dialogue. At certain points I may put the sound effects and dialogue volume back in simply because there's some music that's actually tied to that and not the music track, funnily enough. But that won't be for every instance. It's mainly in cutscenes where that happens, where there's music that's not tied to the music volume, strangely. So that's the playthrough that I'm doing and continuing with today. What I'm also going to do, because we're in another stream session, is change Lara's outfit. So this is the second phase, which means this is the second playthrough of 3 that I have planned to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary. The first playthrough that I did was a month or so ago, and that was 100% in-depth playthrough as well. And if you put in the command music, which is actually now working, it'll tell you a bit of information about the phase, and also a link to the whole playthrough of phase 1. And as I was going through the game in phase 1, in every single stream session, I changed what outfit Lara was actually wearing. And with this second phase, because I'm starting from scratch again, I had to wait until I got to the point in the story where they let you change outfits, and continued on that pattern of changing Lara's outfit depending on the stream. So we continued that, and this was the outfit that we had Lara wear in yesterday's stream. So now I'm going to change her to the next outfit that's in the list, which is the Demolition. Outfit Lara with the Demolition gear featuring an engineering jumpsuit and belt pack. Alright, so I think the music's looped here. Hey there, Anakin. Who is this Tom and why is he braiding? Who knows? Don't think he knows sometimes even. Alright, so I think the music's looped again now. Hey there, viewer. Welcome to you. I hope it's going good. Seems Stream Elements finally got their issues fixed. Yesterday there were some issues and nothing was working. The commands weren't working. Any timed messages I had set up weren't appearing. There'll be another playthrough of this done as well, but it'll be more of a meme playthrough because I'll be trying to get as many deaths as possible with the different locations, different ways of dying. So I'm even going to go to the extent of dying when I reach a new area just to see the death scene in that new area, even if it's just a basic falling off of something. So that'll be the third phase that I do for this celebration, and then after that, I'll be doing my annual Tomb Raider playthroughs then. Hello there, Anasune. How's things going? That's good, Anasune. Great to hear that things are going well. And I'm going good, thanks. Things are going good. I did. Yeah, I saw the trailer. It was good to get something, but I don't see why it took 8 months to just show that. Because what they showed was something that I felt if they followed that up with after the cinematic trailer, then I think it would have been more effective. Um, but it'll be good to see a gameplay demo so we can actually see things in action because the thing about the parkour is that they have a very easy way to manipulate things to make them look a certain way. And the thing about that is, with a series like Assassin's Creed, they seem to feel these days that just adding elements that should have been there still is somehow groundbreaking for the series. You know what I mean? Like it's like it'd be like if a pizza place had made just one kind of pizza for 15 years and then all of a sudden they decided to make a different kind of pizza for the next 10 years and then people were like, "Oh, we like the other pizza." And so what they did was they just basically brought it back, but they only brought it back for 1 day a year. You know what I mean? Like just using it as a stick. So I feel like the parkour that we see in that trailer is still the same basic nerfed parkour that we've had since Origins as well. And when people are like, "Oh, cool, you can do all these things that could do before. Yeah, that's exciting. Like, Ubisoft needs to do more than just put in a trailer fancy moves. They need to actually make sure that they're actually changing it. Um, and then because they're working on the same engine, people are like, oh, well, it's understandable that some of the animations are going to be the same. But it's not an animation issue. Like you can have the same animation, but the way that the actual physicality of the movement changes can make it different. And that's the problem. It's not the animations that are the problem. The animations for running, the animations for jumping, the animations for climbing, the animations for assassinating. There's nothing wrong with those. There never has been. But what there has been wrong with it is you don't have the same sense of physicality that you did in games up until Unity. Syndicate is kind of like on the sideline or on the line of the change because Syndicate scales some things back. But it's never been an issue about the animations or anything like that. Um, and the other thing is too, like there's a heaviness to the movement that might be realistic, but it's not in fitting with the idea that parkour is supposed to be fluid. If you watch people who do parkour, there's not many moments where they're stagnating in their movement. Maybe if they jump off a high height and they haven't done a roll, then maybe they would have to stagger a bit to get back to their feet. But the fluidity is the thing, right? And they've lost that. And they've lost that for a while. So the footage that they showed of Mirage, it's good that they finally did, but I feel they could have shown that back in October last year, a month after the cinematic trailer. Didn't have to wait 8 months to show that. You know what I mean? So that's how I feel about it. It's good to have a release date, October 12. That way I know that I can expect to be able to find out spoilers. Because the way I'm doing it this time around is I'm not going to buy the game until I know the ins and outs of it. And so when it comes out, I'll watch people play it and watch them play it all. I'll go on YouTube. I'll look up the endings. I'll do whatever it takes just to analyze it fully before I decide whether or not I even want to bother with it. And that's how I'm going to go with every Assassin's Creed game in the future. I'm not going to buy the game unless I've investigated it deeply after it's been released before deciding. Anakin, you have a hunch that it says it will be delayed and still get a buggy launch? Most likely, Anakin. That's the thing, right? Like, these games that get released and they've been delayed 5 times before they get released, it's like, why are there any bugs? There should be none. And if there are any, they should be small things that don't ruin anything. You know what I mean? Anasune, in your opinion, you wasn't sure about it since it looked more cinematic than a proper gameplay trailer. That's true, Anasune, like, there are ways to manipulate gameplay to make it look the way that you want. And you've got to remember too that because they're the ones that are obviously the source of it, they can decide what they show and what they don't show. They can decide how to make things look, you know. And that move that Bazin does in the trailer, where there's like a pole, and he actually uses the pole to cover the distance between the jump, that says to me that you're not going to be able to have a really cool like parkouring section because the gaps will be too big. And if they are big, the character will jump down and grab on the ledge as they fall instead of jump across. Like even in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I showcased it when I was playing it last time, there's certain jumps where the distance will be a short distance, yet the character will still jump down and across, and they'll land with their hands grabbing the edge, when that should only happen if the ledge distance is really long, things like that. So while it will be cool to have that pole thing to get across, I hope it's only in certain sections. I hope it's not an excuse to put something there to make you know what I mean? So there's just things here and there that are very, very hard to do. And That gameplay trailer though, that could have come out a month after the cinematic trailer. They didn't need 8 months to prepare that, which to me probably says that they were worried about whether or not they could make the release date that they announced. So they wanted to make sure that they were able to release it in that, but just have to wait and see. Afro, all RPG characters are slow. Arno in Unity was fast. He was light enough during jumps and heavy enough when landing. No manual jumps in Mirage, you suppose, pain. Exactly, Afro. And this is the thing, like, some people might think, well, what's the criticism? Why should the character be able to manually jump? And the answer to that is simple. You're trying to create a fluidity of movement. You're trying to create the sense that the character can move quickly through an environment. If you go to YouTube and you watch people who are actually doing parkour, the moves that they do and how they're traversing the environment, they need to be able to jump when they want to. You know what I mean? So to create that fluidity, you need to have that happen. And it's one of these things where people are like, well, if you make it an automatic process, then that means that there's no room for error, right? And it's like, well, maybe so, but it also has the side effect of taking away the agency of the player to decide when they want the character to make a jump and to live with the consequences if you time the jump wrong. And I think it plays into this whole idea that, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not someone against easy modes. Like I know some people think easy mode shouldn't exist for games. And that's fair enough if you feel that. But I'm one of those people that doesn't mind having it. But the idea that a game by default has to be easy, I think is unfair. Because the players who master the game at the basic level, they'll replay the game if there's more to do other than more content. But someone who's mastered the basics of something are most likely wanting to learn the more advanced stuff. But if you take out the more advanced stuff, then you're basically saying to those players, we're only catering to the people who don't want that as well. And there's nothing wrong with wanting that. It's just that you should be able to please both parties because it's an optional thing, you know? So I wouldn't mind if they introduced an option where it's like, does the player want basic parkour or do they want advanced parkour? If you choose the basic option, the game holds your hand a bit more in the jumping. So it'll sort of like automatically do a jump when you get to the ledge, you know? Whereas the more advanced parkour option would make it that the game doesn't do that. You are the one that has to decide when to press the jump button to make the jump. And if you miss the jump, it's your fault. You know, add something like that, you know. But we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. And the thing about the parkour is like, look, if the game has an amazing story, if there's some really cool stuff in it, if I like the direction they take things in, then I'll still buy it, but I won't be rushing out to buy it. Like normally, I'd buy an Assassin's Creed game day one, but now I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait until it already comes out. I'm going to wait until people have played it. I'm going to wait until I know what happens in the story. Because the thing about me is, even if the game had the best gameplay, if it had a really shit story, there's nothing in it for me to propel me through. You know what I mean? Like, the reason why you see me replay a lot of games is partly because of the gameplay, but also because of the story. You know, I love the story in this game. That's why I play it over and over again. I love the story in Assassin's Creed, you know, 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, 4, you know, all that kind of stuff. Maybe I don't love the story a lot in Odyssey, but the thing about Odyssey is that there are some things in it that I do like, and it's enough for me to want to replay it. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to replay it the same way I used to when it was first out. But there's just certain games where how good the story is a determining factor of whether or not I replay it or not as well. So just have to wait and see. But yeah, you can definitely expect me not to be streaming Assassin's Creed Mirage day one. If I like what I see, and I don't mean just watch one video and then go, okay, I either like it or I don't. I'm actually talking like a deep dive. I'm going to be watching as many gameplay as I can. I'm going to be watching as many people play it and watch cutscenes, cinematics, Finally, channels on YouTube that spoil things will actually be a positive thing in my case because I want to get that content. So it doesn't like I'm willing to like if I look at the story and I know what happens, if it's an amazing story and the gameplay is at a level that is good enough as well, then I'll get the game, you know, and I'll be fine with sacrificing already knowing what happens. There's been games before where I've already know what happens. Like I watched Outlast from start to finish, and I already knew what happened. So by the time I got to it, I already knew what happened in the story, but it was also the game itself that I really liked, the atmosphere and the horror, So that's why when I played it, I really still enjoyed it, even though I knew what happened. That's not the case for every game. I don't want to know what happens at the end of every game before I play it, but I just don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to end up paying, full price. Because you've got to remember too, like here in Australia, the game when it comes out, it's not going to be like $60. It might be 60 in the US, but here it's probably going to be like the standard version is probably going to be $110 Australian, and then the deluxe would probably be 150, so that's the other side of things as well. Um, but having a release date though of October 12, that works out well anyway because I'll be focused on horror stuff. So even if I do end up liking what I see of the story from what I watch and all that kind of stuff and the other elements that I'm examining, even if I do like all that, I definitely won't be playing the game in October. I'll wait until November, I think, would probably be a good time to do it. But we'll just have to wait and see. That's still a few months away yet. And so now you hope the pole is nothing more than a horizontal fast lift. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully so. Hopefully so. So, you know what I mean? But I don't want it to be something that's in every gap, you know. After even Mario can manually jump. That's true. Yeah, Mario can manually jump. Like imagine a Mario game where the game only jumped when Mario got to the edge. Like that wouldn't be very fun. You'd want to be able to control the character fully. Afro, did you see the deluxe edition pre-order with Prince of Persia outfit? My God, the little clip that they uploaded with him shows Basim standing out in the pose and the animation straight out of Valhalla. Yeah, exactly, Afro. Yeah, yeah. This is the thing too. Like I wasn't. It's predictable. Like I wasn't expecting them to not have microtransactions. But you'll definitely probably see different skins for the Eagle companion, different skins for your mounts, different types of mounts. I wouldn't be surprised if we'll get a mount that's actually a magic carpet. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. Um, but there's just so much stuff that is in that gameplay trailer that some people are taking it already as gospel. But I think you need to wait until the gameplay demo comes out at least, because that's when you're having someone be able to walk through, or you play it yourself, you know. And that's what I might do if there's actually a demo that gets released, like a playable demo. Then I'll probably download that and have a mess around with it as well, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, but that's my thoughts on the Mirage trailer. Is that it's good that we got something, but they could have released that back in um, October last year because it's not a wowing thing. Like I didn't watch it and go, "Wow, this is fucking amazing! Holy shit, we're back! Assassin's Creed back!" I was just like, "Okay." Visually, it looks good. I like the setting, the music. I imagine that's the music that's actually from the game, not just some placeholder music, and all that kind of stuff. And the animations are fine, but as I said before, like the animations are not the issue that people have with the parkour. It's the actual physicality of how that's done in the games that's the problem as well. Like the character fumbling and struggling to get up for a second after a short like I can understand jumping off a great height to have a bit of staggering where the character staggers to their feet to get back up. But if it's a short drop, I don't see why that has to be the case. And also in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, there's a smoothness and fluidity that they took away with the kills from a haystack. Because what they did was they added extra time delay between you grabbing the enemy, pulling the enemy into the haystack. What they did was you grab the enemy, lift them up a bit, stab them, and then pull them in, which breaks up the flow. So I hope that they get rid of that in Mirage, so that when you're inside a haystack, it's simply a assassinate while they're out and then just pull them in, because it's just quicker and there's more fluidity to the process. At this point in the story, we only have the bow. And so, like you were saying earlier, I think it would be cool to have different settings for parkour. Like the first one could be the normal RPG automatic system, and the other could be the original manual parkour. Exactly, pardon me, exactly, Anasune. But yeah, there's just something more freeing in Assassin's Creed games when you can jump whenever you want, because it allows you to do opportunities that are very hard to do. Like, for example, on the ground, there might be crates, right? In the old school games, if you were a far enough away distance, you could do a manual jump to that crate and then create a flowing parkour system from crate to crate. But in the new games, if you want to do that, you first have to get on top of the first crate, and then if there's crates close enough, then the character will jump from one to the other. And it just slows down the fluidity of movement. It's funny, I don't know where all the enemies went. They just disappeared. So when there's music that we've already heard, I'll talk over it and respond to chat and all that kind of stuff. It's only when we come across music that we haven't heard before in the playthrough that I stop and listen to it and don't talk. Anasune, you mean they are similar mechanically wise? That's true. It's all in the same game engine as well. The same game engine they've been using since Unity is what they're using for Mirage. Which means that the parkour, the fluidity of it, has always been possible in that game engine. It's just that they haven't bothered doing it for some reason. Like they actively decided not to do it, even though the engine was more than capable of doing it. And that to me is, indicative of Ubisoft and this idea that they want the consumer to not feel like there was any better possibility. If you are asked, say I sent the apple away, tell them I sent it to Cyprus or Sepangol or that I dropped it into the sea. Tell them anything to keep men away from this place. This apple must not be found. Not until the time is right. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Afro, it would require actual work. That's true. Exactly. But the thing about the series moving forward is I'm more than happy to stop playing and buying the new stuff if it ends up being not something I want to get. Like, I'm happy to just walk away from the series in terms of new stuff and just keep replaying the games in the series that I've always replayed up until now. It's no skin off my nose. I don't, as much as I do love Assassin's Creed, I don't live and breathe it. I don't wake up every morning thinking of it. I don't go to bed at night sleeping and dreaming about it. I do like other stuff. Like that trailer, the trailer that they revealed, I actually watched that last. Like what I do when there's like a PlayStation showcase or whatever event, I don't actually worry about watching it when it's live because I know that there's going to be some games that I'm not going to be interested in. So I wait until the show's all over, and then I wait until the websites can actually list what was revealed, and then that way I can look at the list and go, okay, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in this. So when the Mirage thing dropped, it was like, okay, I'm going to watch it, but I'd rather watch these other trailers first. So I watched Alan Wake 2 reveal first, and then I watched this reveal for a game that was made by Jade Raymond's studio, and Jade Raymond was a producer on Assassin's Creed in the early days, up until Unity. She's actually formed her own studio. And I was curious, it's going to be, I think it's going to be like a multiplayer game where you go and you steal from a place, but other players can have a team that they come in with to try and steal off you, that kind of thing. So it didn't really interest me that much when I started watching it and found out what it was. Then there was a game by the people who made Into the Woods about this cat called, I think it was called Revenant Hill. So I watched that first. And then I think there was another game that I watched the trailer for. And then I left Mirage till last because that's how interested I was in it. But yeah, um, I wasn't in a rush to see it. You wanted to redeem the Altea Darum scene, but it was 600 characters long. Yeah, yeah. It's understandable to want to redeem longer stuff, but if I let people redeem things longer than the text box allows, then other people will be like, oh, here's a book to read then. Oh, I won't do that. Yeah, but you read that extra stuff for that person. Why not read the whole book for me? I don't like to create precedents. So that's just a heads up for anyone who's wondering about the channel point redeems that I have. The ones where you can put in what you want me to say, you have to fit what you want me to say inside the text box. You can't just put part of it and then say, read the rest, or, or anything like that. Or you can't type in the box, go and check out this article and read it with the impression and all that kind of stuff. It's only what you can fit in the text box. All right, so that music seems like it's just playing the same over and over again. Afro saying, you suppose there's nothing really keeping you in the series. They killed your motivation in AC3, so it's not anything like story-wise that's keeping you in the series. It was mainly in it for the settings and the evolution of the gameplay, but even that has let you down with the past three entries. Yeah, that's the thing with games like Valhalla is that they add so many things in it to try and make it go back to what it was, but the fact is the the game from the ground up has to be designed for that, as in that has to be their design approach. I'm not talking about whether the engine's capable of it, because the engine is capable of it. It's just that when they've made Valhalla, they didn't do everything from the ground up. You know, they just took what was there but decided to add some extra things. Like in Origins and Odyssey, there's no, like, you can't blend in with groups to get into an area, you know, all that kind of stuff. They just added that in Valhalla on top, while still keeping all the other stuff, but um, not doing everything differently from the ground up. And as soon as I just rewatched the gameplay trailer, it looks like it might be promising, but it being in a cinematic style puts you off, since having it in a cinematic style would make it easy for them to tweak it to look perfect. Exactly, Anasune. That's the thing, right? And we don't even get a real good sense of how the assassin focus, as they're calling it, is going to work. Um, so essentially, like to me, all it seems like they've done is taken the rush assassinate from Odyssey and then just tweaked it so that Basim, you know, moves from one point to the next instantly, like he's teleporting to do the moves. And if so, it's just like, and they didn't really show traditional Eagle Vision. They have said that traditional Eagle Vision will be in there, but all they showed was the mark and execute assassin focus thing in that gameplay trailer. They didn't actually show Basim exploring an environment in Eagle Vision mode. So I think there's key things to, you know, if you can push aside any nostalgic feelings you might have, if you can put all that aside when examining that trailer, there's just little tells here and there that possibly indicate that nothing much is changing that drastically in gameplay based on what they've said in interviews. Okay, so some of the music in this game is actually tied to the sound effects and dialogue volume. So that's why there's some music not playing in the cutscenes. Strangely enough, you'd think all the music in the game would be tied to the music volume, but nope, not every instance of music is. And so now hopefully the stealth and combat are a bit more balanced, so players can choose whichever feels right to them. Like the older games, I mean, Valhalla did have guaranteed assassination, so you give them that, but it also had enemies with X-ray vision. Yeah, that's true as well. And in my most recent playthrough, I didn't change any of the options in the stealth settings, and it was still a situation where I was getting detected unfairly because they had GPS X-ray vision, knowing exactly where you were. Like you could literally shoot an enemy. All right, so I think the music is looped over. But yeah, I didn't change any stealth settings in my last playthrough of Valhalla, and I was still getting detected through bullshit. I could shoot an enemy from one spot, they would go in to investigate, and I'd move around to a completely different area that wasn't even close to where I shot from, and I poked my head out and they instantly knew where I was. You know, bullshit like that. One thing you think more games should have custom difficulty. Absolutely. Yeah, I do believe that as much options as possible is good to have. That way the people who don't want those options don't have to have them. And people who do want them can. And as in games with custom difficulties, you like to make it a high risk, high reward thing. So enemies will do the same amount of damage that they do on hard, but also have the health pool from easy, things like that. Yeah, well, that's a good way to do it too, as well. Make it high risk, but a high reward. Um, Being able to like curate your playthrough the way like that, the way that you want it to be, would be good for games to have. Or something like enemy detection meter rising faster, but giving them a little easier, giving up a little easier. High risk, high reward probably isn't the right term, but you just meant easy and hard at the same time. Yeah, to try and balance things out. Make things easy in ways that don't make it too hard, but not too easy in hard parts. That's why it's cool to do playthroughs sometimes where you take something away. Like, for example, taking away the ability to use Eagle Vision in Assassin's Creed, which means that you can't tell where enemies are in the environment, you know, and you could make that easier or harder depending on whether or not you even have the minimap active. You know what I mean? So you could make it easy by keeping it as is. You could make it normal. Sorry, you could make it medium difficulty by having Eagle Vision not be able to be used, but still use the minimap, and then hard where you don't have the HUD of the minimap even to help. Surprise, surprise. All right, now we have our weapons back, other than the bow, of course. Anasune, in other words, you'd set things too hard for enemies, but also easy for yourself. In other words, you'd set things too hard for enemies, but also too easy for yourself. So then it's like both you, the player, and the enemies are at the fullest, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's good to be able to do that with games. A lot of awesome drumming in that whole bit of music there. Alright, I'm reloading the checkpoint because there's music in this part here that isn't playing because it's tied to the sound effects and dialogue. So I'm going to turn the sound effects and dialogue volume up so we can get this actual part, because this is the most epic part in the music. And it's tied to the sound effects and dialogue. Alright, so because the checkpoint was before the music kicked in, it was past it, but anyway, nothing I want to do goes right anyway, so. Alright, there's probably going to be music tied to the sound effects in this part that I can catch. Because Roth dying is a powerful moment, and without music it's just going to not be as impactful. And can assist lost? It is, indeed.
Come on! Ah! Come on, Lara!
It's them. I can't do this without you.
I'm sorry, Lara. I'm sorry. You can do this. You're a Croft.
No.
No.
Are you okay, Lara?
Is she okay? Because it's all about Lara, isn't it? Have you forgotten that she's the reason we're here?
That's not fair, Reyes.
You're right. I shouldn't have said that. It's just... Roth. I don't know what we're gonna do without him.
Let's just find someplace safe and make preparations. He died as a warrior. We'll send him on as one.
That old PT boat on the beach. I should be able to fix it up.
It's worth a shot.
It doesn't matter. We're not getting off this island.
Come on, Lara. Don't talk like that. We just gotta regroup. Come up with a plan, you know?
You just don't get it. Any of you. Something won't let us leave.
Something? Lara, you need sleep.
Look, I'll be the first to admit that I usually go in for the weird stuff, but this place is off the charts.
I'm not dying here. I'm fixing that boat and we're leaving.
You know this island isn't right, Jonah. I know you do.
All I know is that we can't use logic to understand this place. I know you think your instincts are a weakness, but they're a strength. Trust them. We need you, Lara.
The big man's right.
I can't leave him yet. I need time.
You know where we'll be. Come down when you're ready. We won't go anywhere without you.
Keep us close. Roth, what am I gonna do?
You've got great instincts, girl. You've just got to trust them.
No one leaves. The storms. They're linked to the power of the Sun Queen. That's what's stopping us leaving.
The monastery has a ritual chamber. If that's what the Storm Guard are protecting, the answer to stopping the storms must be in there. A hidden river entrance. The boat. I'm going to use it to go inland to the ritual chamber. Jonah! Reyes! Damn it. I should have gone with them.
Why they tied some of the music to the sound effects and audio volume, sorry, dialogue volume, I got no idea why. Makes it annoying because I wanted to have every single bit of music on its own in the playthrough. But they had to program it so that some music's tied to the sound effects and dialogue volume. Don't understand it. Anakin, is that Cassandra? It sure is. Cassandra was the first female character in any medium ever created. Every other female character after that is just a copy. Be right back. Hello there, Spectrum. How's things for you? When it comes to doing this playthrough, to get as much of the music in as possible, I need to hold off on killing enemies quickly so that the majority of the music can play out. When it starts to loop, that's when I don't have to worry. Or if it's music that we've already heard in the playthrough. Pretty well, and you? Oh, that's good, Spectrum. Good to hear that. And I'm going good, having a good Friday today. Another weekend is coming closer. The moral of the story here is don't try and show off or impress someone that you are interested in by putting yourself into a death situation. Like Alex here. He's like, maybe if I do something heroic, Lara will actually notice me. That's true, Assassin, yeah. When you put yourself in the danger zone. Assassin, that was his first and only kiss he got. Maybe. We don't know his whole life story. We only see him in this game, and there is a comic book prequel, but it doesn't really show him from when he was born up until now. Hey Milan, hope you're all well. You're having a chill out Friday here in the water. You're thinking when you turn the stream on, these folks aren't very professional sailors. You'd never leave cargo hanging from a divot like they did when you got onto the ship. How's things going, Milan? And how was yesterday? I hope it all went well. And yeah, going good. Having a good Friday today. Things are going well. And yeah, that's the thing, right? Like all these details and things between the people wanting that to be part of the environment and trying to figure out, you know, how accurate they want to be or whatnot, or even, you know, how far their research went and whether they just looked at how it looked and then decided to replicate it. I did Assassin, yeah. Yes, I started the second phase playthrough yesterday, and now we're up to the beach part. Assassin, so that storm that Lara talks about, is that the Bermuda Triangle? That's a good question, actually. They refer to the whole region as the Dragon's Triangle. I don't know if that's actually just another name for the Bermuda Triangle or what it is, but because Himiko's spirit is still trapped inside her dead body, it means that the power that she has to control storms and everything is what has prevented people from escaping. And so, of course, it means that the whole area is volatile enough to make people plane crash or shipwreck because of the storms and everything that Himiko is doing. Because in a way, it's like Himiko is trying to punish those who try to enter her domain, kind of thing. And then if they do manage to survive, she makes sure that if they try to leave, they can't, kind of thing. Milan, life modeling was nice. June came and did some drawings for the second session. You well and happy? Barney is sleeping on the sofa with Gaia sleeping on his head. That'd be a funny image. Just had some bacon sandwiches for breakfast and have a nice sunny day and blue skies above. All is well here. Sounds like you're having quite a good time. So that's good to see as well. And that sounds like a good breakfast. Bacon sandwiches for breakfast. Assassin, basically Bermuda Triangle, lol. Or maybe something related to that thing that moved by Florida. Yeah, that's the true thing. Basically the Bermuda Triangle. Oh, you meant the Pentagon controls the Bermuda Triangle. Assassin like Area 51 and all this conspiracy bullshit. Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going on sometimes. All these UFO sightings and stuff. Yeah. There's definitely a big rabbit hole of stuff like that. If you go search for it, you can discover. There we go. I think that music started to loop. Assassin, it's not a UFO, it's a spaceship. Smart ones. Yeah. Milan, you've flown and sailed in the Bermuda Triangle, flown twice and sailed for weeks there. The strangest thing you saw was some sharks and a couple of whales, which isn't strange at all, considering it's the ocean. Yeah, that's fair enough too, as well. I mean, they also say that we haven't explored fully the depths of the ocean. And so who knows what things are actually in certain parts of the deep, deep, deep ocean that we haven't reached yet, which we haven't discovered yet as well. And the thing is, you know, science fiction movies and stuff likes to make us think that we're going to find something amazing, you know what I mean? Like, we're going to find some weird, amazing life form that is going to change the world or something, you know? When most likely all we'll find is just a different species of fish or something that we didn't know about before, you know? Or a different species of shark or whale. Nothing that's going to be like mind-blowingly groundbreaking or anything like that, you know? Assassin, did you pass the weird-looking monsters yet? Not the ones that is in the cave, but like the ones where you're like in the desert region, and that ocean leads to Mars. The desert region. Well, we haven't been to the part yet where we see them all lined up and marching, but we've actually seen the Oni attack and everything. Damn it. I think I fucked it up so the music won't play in full. Of course. Let's see if it plays again. No, it's a one-time plays only thing. Ugh. Of course I'd do that in a playthrough where I'm trying to showcase all the music. Let's see where it puts me. If I exit and then go back in. Milan, the deeper you go, the less life you find bigger than plankton. Yeah. Like, I remember that movie, The Abyss, by James Cameron. There was some alien life form that was discovered. Oh, there we go. Fucked it up. Can't hear the music. Great. There's some programming decisions I don't understand. Why should the music not play just because you died? Anyway, that's the playthrough ruined. Let's start again. No, just kidding. I'm still disappointed though. I would have liked to hear that music in full, but this is me. We're talking about here. A lot of things I plan don't go right. Better keep your distance then. I understand Lara's frustration, of course. I also understand Reyes' frustration as well. Yeah, it was Milan. Yeah, I haven't seen it for a long time, but I remember liking it, and it's interesting the whole making of and the problems that they faced, and you know all the dramas that happen and things. Assassin, but they also tracked a shark of something, pulling it deeper in the depths than no life form can live, like under 5,000 feet in depth. Dragged that shark that they were tracking into deeper. So did they get to a point where they couldn't track it anymore? Alright, so this music has been looping. Assassin, no clue, but they were wondering what it could have been that dragged that shark that deep into the depths. Could have been a megalodon, who knows? Yeah, that's the thing, right? You never know, like maybe some of the animals underwater that existed a long time ago just migrated somewhere else in the ocean and to a different depth, because they might have evolved to the point where they could handle those depths. Well, that was the early days of CGI, and the CGI effects are more convincing than most modern attempts at using CGI in movies. Yeah, I think sometimes the limitations that are put upon certain projects at certain times in history are what made them the thing that they are, and the effects got to a point where there was like a more video gamey look to it, I guess, when it comes to special effects in movies and stuff like that. And you look at the movies that relied on practical effects, and depending on the budget, of course, you would get some which were very poorly designed, but you'd also get ones that were great. And also how long the art form had been worked on as well. And you start to see a lot of projects that have great practical effects because they have the budget for it, but they've also had the experience to get the most out of it as well. But yeah, it's just interesting what gets used for CGI now. Like even the normal things like replacing the sky. Like if they filmed it and they couldn't film it on a different day and there was weather conditions they didn't want, they can basically change that, obviously. But then there's things that they add, like whole sections of a road, for example, during a chase sequence that aren't actually there in real life, but they need it there because they want a certain stunt to happen. Things like that. Assassin, or it could have been an alien. Who knows? Well, if it's an alien like in the movie The Thing that can imitate anything that it touches, then we'd be in trouble, I would say. The commando rifle. Assassin, or possibly a siren head, possibly. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it'd be lucky to have an alien life form that is like E.T., a friendly one, rather than one that is actually going to be hostile. Alright, this is going to loop. Milan, silly CGI fire effects. They're about as convincing as the effects in Star Crash. CGI explosions that look as fake as Cher's face. The list goes on. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many movies too that rely on it as well. That sometimes they just don't do a good job. Assassin, you know that myth about the squid goddess? They have videos in China of a humongous squid head approaching out of the water. I don't, Assassin, no. No, haven't heard about the myth about the squid goddess. Milan, giant squid are very rare, but very real creature. There have been giant squid washed offshore in several places over the last century. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I've like I might have seen like a newspaper article or something on that kind of stuff. Um, although that could have also been something I saw in a movie. Like it's something that I don't really have an interest in to research it. So there's probably like a lot of examples that I'm just not aware of. Assassin, though, like the thing shown in the video looks like a mutant squid. A mutant squid. We'll be in trouble if it is. Might be Cthulhu. Milan, Lara fears not the dangers of gravity. Exactly, Lara's like gravity. Pfft, whatever. I'm not afraid of you. Assassin, you could just see like a cloud of smoke. It was away in the distance to where you can see like a big shadow and just the outline of it creeping and slowly making its way out of the water. Something like that would be very, very creepy to see. Like imagine if you saw that and you're out there on your own and there was no one else around and it was at night time, not dark enough that you couldn't see any of it, but just dark enough so that you could um, make out most of it, but not all of it. I think what I'm going to do here is actually take a break. So I'll sit Lara by the fire. Oh, I can't pause it in that screen. All right. I'll stand Lara by the fire and I'll pause it and I'll take a break. I'll be back soon. Alrighty then, back from my break. Milan, you saw a cloud just the other day that looked like a whale, but it was definitely not a mile-long flying whale. It looked like a whale, though. It even had an eye. It didn't show well in a photo on your phone, though. That would be so annoying when you see something like that and you want to get it on image, and then you look back later and you realize that it's not showing as well as you'd like it to. One truly strange thing, though, years ago you caught a trout with an extra tail fin, probably deformed while it was still in its egg. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, these things might just be something that happened when they were in that form as well. Some of the things that you see with certain sea animals might not be something that means it's a new species, but it just means that something happened during its birth. Malign deformities happen all the time during early development for humans and animals. It's just how life is. Sometimes things don't develop properly and the young creature gets deformities or allergies or some other problem. Life is not a perfectly tuned process. It's always evolving and not always in a beneficial way. Ain't that the truth, Milan? You know, it'd be great if everyone and everything was born and grew with everything going the way that it should, and being 100% healthy and like nothing going differently, but that's not how things work. Milan, hey guys, we outnumber and outgun Lara, so remember to approach her as slowly as possible so we don't overpower her. Yeah, that balance of trying to make the situation seem like it's going to be potentially Lara's doom versus making sure that the character actually does survive still. That's one of the things that is very difficult to do in any medium with storytelling. If you want a character to survive, you have to come up with all these reasons why they're going to be surviving all these situations. Sometimes what you contrive can be very unrealistic, and sometimes you have to accept the unrealism to progress the story forward. I mean, there's also luck involved with a lot of stuff in real life, let alone skill. You could have someone who's a skilled martial artist who might get shot dead because someone was sniping them from a distance, But if you're doing a movie where you want that character to survive, for example, you'd have to make sure that the sniper misses somehow or something else happens to prevent the shot from from happening. Things like this. And it'd be like, well, they weren't a skilled sniper, were they? Things like that, trying to get it to actually fit and work with what you've got. And that's the thing about video games too. The video game logic that has to be applied even in games that are trying to go for a certain level of realism. I think sometimes the words realism and realistic in fiction is used and gives the wrong impression. I think it'd be better if people were just referring to real. You know what I mean? Like, that's not real, as in that situation is not real, or that character wouldn't survive in a real situation. Whereas realism and realistic, to me, are kind of like, we're going to go for a level of realism, but we're not trying to be real. Like, how realistic is it for boxes of ammo to just be lying around in spots where people would have to actually go out of their way to almost kill themselves getting to it? Things like this. They try to put that in and realism in that respect, but I think when people talk about wanting things to be as realistic as possible, it would probably be better to start using the word real. Would like it to be as real as possible. But some words get used interchangeably. Like, even I'm probably using realism and realistic differently. Maybe they're completely different actual things and they're not really comparable. Like, if we look up what realism means, the attitude of all practice of accepting a situation as it is and being prepared to deal with it accordingly. The quality or fact of representing a person or thing in a way that is accurate and true to life. Realistic, having or showing a sensible and practical idea of what can be achieved or expected, representing things in a way that is accurate and true to life. So, realism and realistic, when you're trying to say that you want the game to actually be 100% real, seemingly, according to the meaning of it, is you're actually saying that it's accurate and true to life, which isn't true. So, if we look at the meaning of real, actually existing as a thing or occurring in fact, not imagined or supposed, of a thing, not imitation or artificial, genuine. But at the end of the day, though, when you're playing a video game, there's going to be a level of video game logic that surpasses what would be considered to be realistic. I guess is a better way to sort of to frame it as well. Like, you want Lara's hair to move accordingly how it would in real life in those situations. If there's wind, you want it to be affected by it in a way that looks realistic, according to the wind. Like, if there's only a slight breeze, you don't want the hair to be waving around like you've got a 5-speed fan up close blasting the hair, things like that. But obviously there's situations that in a real situation, the outcome may not end up being the way that it would in a fictionalized version. Like with 50 people shooting at Rambo, one of them is going to hit him in the head, like in real life, you know what I mean? Like if someone just stood up in a field of enemies and was walking towards them and shooting the enemies, someone out of those people shooting at the person would get a headshot and kill them. But in movies, they have to get shot in like the leg or the arm or a place where it's going to make them in pain and change how they move and potentially slow them down, but not so much to be realistic to the sense of having to literally sit down and rest. Otherwise, they won't be able to move. You know, those sorts of things. Milan, video game logic is hilarious at times, but you look past it for the fun factor. It happens in movies too, but with the suspension of disbelief, the suspension of belief is still there for us to joke around with. That's true, you know, and there's also a difference between looking at something like that and criticizing it and actually pointing it out just for the humor of it. Like, for example, in the original Resident Evil game, the quality of the acting is not very good, but that actually is part of the charm of it. Now, some people might seriously think the dialogue is terrible to the point of they seriously can't stand it. But others might point out that the dialogue is terrible, but it's all in the fun of it, you know, and becomes like a meme or something like that, you know. What is this? You know, Barry coming in and saying, I hope it's not Chris's blood. You know, things like this. Don't open that door. But Chris is. Let me handle this. So we're getting close to the end of the game, which would conclude my second of 3 playthroughs that I have planned to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary. The next one will be in every single location, in as many contexts as possible, seeing the death animations. So go to a new area, drop off a cliff, just to see the animation. A QTE, failed on purpose. A QTE where you have to like press the button heaps of times, otherwise Lara dies. Don't press anything, you know, things like that. In certain sequences, don't do the right thing. Going to try and get as many as possible. I don't want to say that I'm going to get all of them because then undoubtedly I'll miss some and then people later will be like, you said it was going to be all of them, but it's not all of them. I'm going to try and get as many as possible. Many different situations in the game in which Lara can die. I'm going to try and get as many of them as possible. Kind of as like a relaxing meme kind of funny run. And then that will conclude the 10th anniversary celebrations I'm doing for this game. And the Tomb Raider streams that will replace it will be my annual series run. Starting all the way back with Tomb Raider 1996. So the games that will be part of that marathon are pretty much all the mainline games. So Tomb Raider Original, Tomb Raider 2, Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, Tomb Raider Chronicles, Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Tomb Raider Legend, Tomb Raider Underworld. This game, Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I'll be doing all those games for their annual series playthrough. And because Angel of Darkness celebrates its 20th anniversary this year, I'm actually going to do more than just the annual playthrough of it. So I think the best thing to do, and especially to save time, is once I get to Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, is to basically do 2 back-to-back playthroughs celebrating the game's 20th anniversary. I don't know what I'm going to do for that yet, but I'll come up with something. Well, action movies are the worst for it. If a bullet hits you anywhere you're not fit to fight on, a direct hit from a bullet does more than put a little hole in you. Yeah, more than just a little hole, and just be like, tap, tap, put a few bandages on. There we go, I'm right as rain now. Now I can go running around. It is interesting, though, like the moments in action movies where you have a character that gets injured and they have to, like, heal themselves. And then you have ways in which it's actually something that doesn't just affect them for a little scene and then they're right for the rest of the movie, but you have the original Die Hard, where you have a character that, because of the time when everything goes down, because of what he's wearing, so for those who haven't seen Die Hard, Bruce Willis plays a cop who's visiting his wife who works at this major corporation, and there's like a Christmas party going on. So he's there and he's in bare feet, sweatpants, and a tank top, and all hell breaks loose. Quote-unquote terrorists take over the building, and he doesn't have time to actually put any shoes on or anything like that. And as the movie goes on, he does try to put some shoes on, like he kills one of the henchmen and tries to wear their shoes, but of course it doesn't fit his feet, so he can't wear them. Then the enemies actually realize that he's barefoot, and what they do is they trap him in a section, and then they shoot all the glass so it lands on the ground. And of course there's no other way for him to get out of the situation other than run through the glass and get all the glass up in his feet. And then later on, like, he's obviously tired and exhausted and in pain, and he tries to get all the glass out of his feet, and things like that. And so it's one of those action movies that really tried to change up how action heroes were able to deal with the situation they were faced with. And it's interesting when you think about something like that. And I just thought of this now. Batman Arkham Asylum is a similar kind of setup, except in the way, of course, that Batman is fully prepared. So he's got, things that he can use to help himself. But I mean to say, the actual concept of having a main character trapped in a situation, and it takes place all in the same sort of like 24 hours, and it's at night time even, and as the night wears on, things happen, like Batman's suit gets ripped and the cape gets ripped, and things like that happen. And it's a character having to go through an ordeal or a situation, and they don't really have much time to take a break. But in Die Hard's case, of course, John McClane is just really fucked up by the end of the movie. Hello there, Crooked. How's things going, Senny? Lara is going well today. We're getting close to finishing. And there's been some parts where I died, and that meant when I tried the part again, the music didn't play. So I was like, But overall, it's been good. It's good. I don't know if I'd do this type of playthrough with this game in the future, unless it was, a Channel Point Redemption or something like that, where, for a certain amount of time in the game, I'd have the music only. Because there's a lot of music that is tied to the sound effects and dialogue track. So having the dialogue and sound effects turned down means you miss out on that music. But it's going pretty well otherwise, though. Making good progress today. So how's things been going, Crooked, I hope you're off to a great start today. Crooked, that's good to hear, dude. Had a decent start, went to pick up your new passport, and then the tram had to, of course, collide slightly with a car, meaning you had to wait for ages for the next one. Damn, dude. When stuff like that happens, you think to yourself, of course. Hopefully no one was injured and that all went well. Also, because you never know in those situations as well. Like, holy shit. What timing, though, too. Milan and Lara sitting down for some hasty bacon after killing that pig. Yeah, sometimes I joke in this game when shooting a chicken with a flaming arrow that it's barbecue chicken. Instant barbecue chicken. Something I like to point out, once they get off the boat, um, keep an eye on Jonah and his reaction, and it's something that I don't think it's supposed to mean what it looks like it could imply, but I like to joke that it actually means what it looks like. So I'll point it out when it happens. It's right at the tail end when they've gotten off the boat, and so it's just as Lara's like about to leave when she gets off the boat, her final interaction towards the end of the cutscene. So of course they talk here and da 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 da. All right. So Jonah puts his hand on Lara's arm, and then Lara will walk away, and then Jonah will react, sniffs his hand, and then looks at Lara. I like to think that, I'm not saying it's actually what's happening, but I like to think that Jonah, because he's touched Lara's arm, has of course got BO smell on his hand, and when he puts his hand to his nose, then he looks at Lara. But from a realistic standpoint, it would make sense because Lara, obviously, and none of them have had time to, have a shower, or, they don't have the accoutrements of, people in a situation where they could have a shower or a bath and use fragrances and body, deodorant and all that kind of stuff. Milan, instant barbecue chicken with extra feathers. Yeah, have to spit it out. Milan, damn girl, we need a bath. Actually, that'd be funny to have in like a stealth game where it's social stealth. Having to make sure that your character actually doesn't smell bad. Otherwise, and you can make it a bit of a parody stealth game, but if your character smells bad, the enemies will know the smell and then they'll be alerted to your presence amongst the crowd. Although the music in this cutscene is tied to the sound effects and dialogue, I'm not going to skip it. I still want to watch it because it's good to see Whitman get his comeuppance. Milan, really, guys? Did you not figure out yet that a broken bridge won't stop Lara and is for some guys with swords wearing ancient armor? Do I have to say no more? It's like, come on. You've been alive for centuries. Surely you know these sorts of like things that you need to prevent, any of your enemies from being able to access points. Alright, so I think it's going to loop now. So I'll respond to chat. Um, Crooked, this scene was tense as heck when you first played it. It really is, like, having to sneak by and seeing how many there actually are, and they're all lining up, and then, like, obviously with the sound effects turned off, you can't hear the big bell going boom. You can hear the bells in the music, of course, but not the actual bell that's being hit, and that. Well, there's just one or two samurai there to deal with, no biggie. Yeah, we can just take them easily. They're very brittle too, you just touch them and they're dead. Yeah, they can't see at all. That was so funny though. I was expecting to be detected when Lara was standing up like that. Crooked classic stealth, a room full of supernatural humanoids and nobody spots Lara up there. Exactly, like no one's looking up, and even from a distance, like you'd be able to see that there's something crawling on the wall. The cause of all this wind is someone was doing a big giant fart just now. Well, I only think the subtitles and said speaking Japanese because the writer just copied Japanese words from a sushi menu to fill in the dialogue and hope nobody would notice. Yeah, just coming up with words. It'd be like if you were doing a game for a different country in a different language, and then you had characters speaking English, and all the characters were actually saying was door car fish open hello. Some gibberish. Thank you so much, Crooked, for leaving the lurk. Really appreciate that, Cinny. Alright, this is starting to loop. Milan, come on, Samurai Warrior. She's used that move loads now. You're supposed to be great swordsman. She's beating you with a climbing tool. Yep, the good old dodge, wait for the right time, and then arrow in the neck. Milan, this is what happens when you get zombies to go to your defense. That's true. Himiko should have known better to actually have like a zombie army. All right, I think that music's starting to loop. Hey there, Iosif. Sorry it took so long to get to you. The music that was playing was what we hadn't heard in the playthrough yet, so I wanted to let it play through. How's things been going? You're reading about the cloning and you're shivering. It's too terrifying. Yeah, it's crazy when you sort of like look into that as well to see what there is. Thanks for redeeming the random horror movie quote. All right, so I've got a random horror movie quote. Do you want to wake up from one of your stupid naps and find Amy nailed to your garbage bin? Or turn on the radio one morning and find out that she came off second best in a match with the chainsaw you keep out in the shed? Do ya? That's from Secret Window, movie based on Stephen King's novel Secret Window, Secret Garden, starring Johnny Depp. Alright, so the music there has been looping. So, there's a whole sequence here with gameplay and also cinematic, but I don't know whether or not the music tied to the sound effects and dialogue audio volume is going to play or not, even if I had the thing turned down or whatnot. Some of the audio in the cutscenes is related to the dialogue and sound effect volume, not the music volume, for some stupid reason. So from here on out, I'm just going to have the sound effects and dialogue play simply because there's music that's tied to that volume level that will be missing otherwise. And I haven't done it for every single cutscene, just key cutscenes. And for the rest of the playthrough, because we're almost finished this second phase, I'm just going to have the sound effects and dialogue turned on to get everything, just in case, because you can't replay chapters or anything like that.
Safe now. It's okay. It's okay. You saved me. I knew you would. I made you a promise. Let's get you home.
There's Lara! She's got Sam! She did it.
I think she's going to be okay.
What happened up there?
It's over. We can go now.
All right, let's get the hell out of here.
I've been so blind, so naive. For years, I resented my father, doubted him like the rest. But he was right about so much. I just wish I could tell him that now. There are so many mysteries that I once dismissed as mere stories, but the line between our myths and truth is fragile and blurry. I need to find answers. I must understand.
Nice cool angles.
Alicia making me waffles before her ballet class.
Need anything? Don't rightly know what happened to you on that island. Judging from those wounds and that look in your eyes, I'm guessing I don't want to know. Anyway, we'll be home soon.
I'm not going home.
I'm just sorry that the Gollum game is getting panned by the critics. I hope you got paid in advance for the voice acting. Yeah. Well, just for people who are wondering, no, I didn't voice Gollum in that game. I just can do a Gollum impression.
Oh yes, you can do a Gollum impression, Precious. Oh yes, you can. But tell me, Rod, where is the ring?
I don't know, Gollum. Ask Arnie. Yeah, ask me. Come over here. I'll tell you where it is. Come on, Gollum.
Okay, Arnie. I'll be there in a second, Precious.
Milan, you dozed off a bit there. I'll see you all soon. Thanks, Rob, for the chill entertainment. That's definitely no worries at all, Milan. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a great one. Hope it all goes well. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. You did, yeah. This is phase 2 done. Finished it off. For the last part there, I wanted to have the music that plays in the cutscene that gets cut out if you have the dialogue and sound effects turned off. Which, you know, as I said, it's weird that some music was tied to the sound effects and dialogue option. But that is the second playthrough done and dusted. But there is another one to do to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this game. But I won't be starting that today. I'll be starting that next Thursday. And that third one is playing through the game and killing Lara at every opportunity, in every context, or trying to at least. So if there's a new area I get to, I'm going to fall off a cliff straight away. If there's going to be a QTE to have to do to survive, I'm going to fail it on purpose. So if you don't like to see people fail in a game, then you probably won't like that playthrough. But that's what I'm going to be doing for that third playthrough to celebrate the 10th anniversary, starting next Thursday. Thank you so much for the GGs, Lucinda. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny to see or try and get them all. I won't claim to say that I'm going to get them all, because there might be some that I miss, but we're going to try and get as many death animations as possible in that playthrough. Do like a meme kind of thing with it. But the next stream you'll see from me that's scheduled will be Assassin's Creed Black Flag, because I'll be doing a continuation of that game's 10th anniversary as well. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing some James Bond 007 Bloodstone. But I think after that he's going to be doing some Hitman 2016. If not, he's probably got some other games there that he's going to do. But thank you everyone for watching. Hope everyone has a good one. Come on, shoutouts. I know you're working. Stream Elements is actually working. Looks like shoutouts don't work though. So of course, why would they? Yeah, I've never actually played any of them myself, Lucinda. Even the original ones on like the PlayStation 2 and stuff. I can't remember, I don't know when the first game came out, but I think it was like... there we go, so now the shoutout command works. But it's still not telling me what the person has actually streamed, which doesn't help me or the people I'm trying to recommend the streamer to if we can't actually see what they've been playing. But thankfully, I know what Lucinda's been playing. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Hades at the moment. That's her Thursday and Friday game, and also on the weekends as well. On Mondays and Tuesdays is playing through Assassin's Creed 2. A great streamer, is also a fan of the Dishonored series, as well as the Resident Evil franchise. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda, you're about to switch to Streamlabs. Shout out, do you think Crook uses it? Yeah, I mean, if this issue keeps on happening with Stream Elements, I'm just going to have to switch to something else as well. Because it's just ridiculous, this kind of thing not working. It's just stupid. Don't know why they can't get things sorted. Okay, that's one raid message that people can use. There's also one with some free follower emotes. There we go. Alright, so the next stream you'll see for me will be Assassin's Creed 4. If you see me streaming that, you know it's become Saturday for me. I'll get back to this game next Thursday to do the multiple deaths of Lara run. Thanks for watching. Until next time.